focus. Come on. Come on. Oh, come on. Start that again. Come on. Okay, there we go. Finally. Are we ready? Oh, let me do that. I could do that again. Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Michael Markowsky. Welcome to my studio. Today we are going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be recreating this painting by Emily Carr, Bounce of Spring from 1936-37. And I love this painting. I didn't even know it existed up until a few months ago when I was putting together our previous episode on the red cedar, and it was like, oh my goodness, this was like one of my favorite Emily Carr paintings. We've got to do this one. And so we are finally. And the energy in this painting, I think, might have more energy than maybe any of her works. I just love there's so much movement in here. It's just so exciting. So I'm excited to tackle this one. We have done a few other artworks by Emily Carr. As mentioned previously, we did the red cedar last week, and that's how mine turned out. A little bit brighter, more saturated colors. Not quite the same density in the sky there, or the tree, I mean. But I'm still pretty happy with how that one turned out. We also did... Which one did we do? We did this one probably 2 years ago, and then this one about 3 years ago. So we've explored a number of artworks by Emily Carr over the years, and again, she's one of my favorite artists, so I keep coming back to her because I think there's a lot that I can learn, and I think hopefully what I can learn can also be imparted to other people who want to learn from this incredible artist. So the plan for today is we're going to start with getting an image on the canvas. I'll show you how to do that, and where to find the free outline that you can use for that process. Then we're going to stain it with some color. Then we're going to talk very briefly about Emily Carr's biography, because this is the 4th episode. I just really wanted to focus on just a couple small little interesting details about her life that I've dug up, and also a little bit about some of her writing. I want to... underpainting. I don't know. We'll take a look at that. There's going to be some back and forth until we wind up in ideally about probably 3.5, 4 hours from now. There is a bit of detail in this painting, so that's my only... When I say 3 or 4 hours, that you could pretty much set your clock to 7 or 8 hours, because I'm very bad at estimating how long it's going to take me to finish something. Okay, and of course, as always, if you're joining us for the first time, please consider liking this episode, hitting the notification bell and subscribe buttons so that you know when future episodes are coming. Roughly 70% of the people watching this channel are not subscribers, and there's something like 20,000-30,000 people a week that watch this channel, watch episodes, but aren't subscribers. So whenever I'm watching a YouTube video, I just hit subscribe if I like it at all. And then if future videos by them come up, I'm like, okay, I'll just unsubscribe. But it's just a good way for me to help see more of the videos that I'm interested in, right? And if you want to support the channel with a financial contribution, you can use PayPal to make a donation. You can use the YouTube Super Chat function when we're here live, or if you want to contact me through my email or through just regular mail in the mail, you can contact me through my email, which is on my personal website and on the Facebook group. All those links are down below. So in the chat there, oh, there's Kathy there. Says, I love the colors and the motion in this one. Abdullah says, hello, sir. Good morning. How's your day going? Very good. Very good day. I'll tell you all about it here in a few minutes. Haas says, hello. Senga, hi, everyone. Hi, Michael. Barbara says, early morning start here in the UK, just past midnight. Oh, my goodness, Barbara, that is very early. Haas says, early morning here, too. Kathy, good to be here. How are you all? It's 4 p.m. here. The hubby makes dinner on Tuesdays. LOL. That's great. I love that. Okay, so let's start up. And our first step is to get an image on the canvas. Now, you could do my free drawing course here on YouTube and learn how to draw all by yourself. Or you could use the free downloadable template that I've created. So for every one of these episodes, you've got the original image and then the free downloadable template that I created using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. And then I upload it to the Dropbox folder. I think it's the second link maybe down below. And you click on, and I'll just show you what that looks like. So you click on that link, it'll take you to this folder, and within that folder, there's, I don't know, 200 or 300 folders in here. So at the very top are basic supplies and things to get started. And then the next 50, 60 folders, including Emily Carr here, are for a little bit easier paintings. I mean, I would consider today's painting a little bit more difficult, but just for the ease of categorization, I've left it there, because then if we scroll down further, here's more complex paintings. You know, Yayoi Kasuma here, Francisco Goya, Tom Thompson, Van Gogh, all sorts, Titian, Leonardo da Vinci, Grandma Moses, Picasso, just keeps going on and on. But anyway, let's go back up here to Emily Carr. So this is what, episode 323. So there are at least 323 paintings you can do. I'd say probably closer to 500, because many of these folders, including the Emily Carr here, it's got all 4 images in here. So we're going to click it, Bounce of Spring, and you'll see that these are the files in here. We got the original, and then 2 versions of the outline. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF, whatever's easier for you to print out at home. And just a quick little shout out to the Facebook group. I encourage you to join that. This Thursday morning, we're going to be doing a feedback episode where everything that's on the Facebook, if you join the Facebook, you can upload any artworks you're working on, and I'll take a look at them and give you free feedback. So I want to catch up to where we're currently at right now. We did one a few weeks ago, and this one's the kind of final one to get right up to date. So, and also just a quick little shout out to my friend Sam Davidson and his group Skim Milk, who did all the music that you're hearing throughout these episodes in the background. You can see skimmilk.bandcamp.com. Okay, so download that file, print it out on your inkjet printer or laserjet printer at home or work or your local photocopy shop. And then I'm going to transfer it onto this canvas. So this is a freshly gessoed 9x12 sized canvas board. I actually just gessoed this about half an hour ago, blasted it with some hot air. So usually these canvases come wrapped in plastic, whether you get them from the dollar store or from Amazon or your local art supply store. I bought these from Amazon, a pack of 12 for 24 bucks Canadian, which is, you know, probably $17 American. So they come out to just under $2 a piece or so. And they're already pre-gessoed, but I apply an extra layer of a white acrylic gesso over the surface, because my goal is to get a smoother surface. So what I've done here is I put that on there, And usually I let them dry overnight. I've got about another 40 here on the floor slowly drying. And then I take some, well, this I think is 220 grit sandpaper. No, this is 150 grit sandpaper. This is my 220. And you can see I like to just wrap it around a block of 2x4 and use a staple gun, staple it on the end. And that way I get a nice sanding block. I'm going to mute this so it doesn't sound too loud, for especially if you're wearing headphones. But I'm just going to quickly sand over the surface. Not too hard, but just to help get some of the texture. Okay. Let me see. I'll show you. Can you see my leg here? How? You can see all of the dust that comes off. I recommend doing this outside. I'm just doing it here on camera so you can see that process unfold. But I usually do a whole bunch of these all at once. Let's see. I'm going to take this rag. A little bit of water on it. Barbara says it's my first year anniversary of being in Michael Markowsky's Facebook group. Wow. It's only been a year, Barbara? My goodness, you have come a long way. My goodness. Wow. That is so impressive. I think one of the most exciting things is when I go on that Facebook group and I look at what people are making, whether it's in the class or outside of class. And it's just like, wow, it's so neat to see so many people often coming back to art for the first time in a long time, or picking up art for the first time, or who've been making art kind of on and off throughout the years and just want a little bit more support, to have a community. I think it's just so cool. So now that I've got the, okay, I was thinking, am I still on mute? Which I do occasionally, and then I look at the chat and people are like, turn your microphone on. Okay. How should we do this one? I will tape up here. Okay, so I tape that down. And then now, look at this, a new fancy envelope. Usually this is what we see here, and I just to organize myself, I'm moving up here in the world. Okay, so I take what is this is technically a graphite transfer paper. When I started this 4 years ago, I was using carbon transfer paper. I mean, not the same thing, but they do exactly the same thing. They are different materials, but for all intents and purposes, they are interchangeably identical. Okay, so also remember to put it face down, dark side facing down. Sometimes they're double-sided, in which case it doesn't matter. But, you know, every time I do this when I'm teaching in person, there's always somebody who gets through the whole image and then realizes, oh no, like, I had somebody come up to me in class and go, I just did the whole image and there's nothing on the canvas. Like, what am I doing wrong? It doesn't, you know, I think maybe I wasn't pressing hard enough. I'm like, yeah, this is upside down. So it's a good idea just to double check after you've done a few lines. Oh yeah, okay, lines are coming out on the other side. All good. So also with this one, there's a lot of lines that we don't need to trace over. I just did this outline last night, And sometimes I just get obsessed with doing these drawings. I just find it so exciting and fun. It also kind of puts me into a bit of a headspace where I'm kind of feeling like I'm, you know, walking a little bit in the artist's footsteps, or, you know, what we would say, following in her brushstrokes. And so I definitely overdo these outlines. And I know that that probably causes some confusion, because sometimes I see people tracing over every single line. And I'm like, don't worry about all that. So I'll show you, like with the sky, that's what I've done so far. Really, I'm just thinking about the trees. Maybe I'll do like every fifth one of these curving lines like that. All right, I think that's good enough. And the more I learn about this woman, the more I feel deep, deep, deep respect. Which I feel that way about all of these artists. And, obviously I like them enough to feature them in each of these episodes. But often I don't know much about their lives, their biographies, what they believed in or stood for, until I start doing a bunch of research. And in almost every single case, I end up just, gaining a huge new appreciation for them and their work, and I see their work totally differently, with an even greater sense of appreciation. There have been a few artists where I've felt almost the opposite, where I come away thinking, oh, well, this is not a particularly good person. Like, I would say that about Picasso primarily. That's the main person that I'm thinking about. Someone who was kind of nasty to particularly the women in his life. And considering that I'm a father of a 4-year-old girl, I think, oh my goodness, I really hope my daughter never runs into a fellow like that. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to think, who else have I... You guys probably would remember better than I, any artists that we've looked at who it turns out were pretty terrible. I mean, obviously, many of the artists that we've talked about, and just by accident, often had very difficult lives, underwent lots of struggle, had... someone was mentioning the other day, a lot of artists, a common theme seems to be artists who, in their childhood, dealt with illness, and often were bedridden, and took up art as sort of a hobby to kind of keep them busy while they were convalescing. I think that's really fascinating. That's definitely a major reoccurring theme in the lives of many, many artists. So let's just take a look. Okay, just a few lines here. I think that's good enough. So clean up as we go, keep things organized. You probably can't see it all, but I've been doing a whole Marie Kondo purge and clean, and this is probably the cleanest my studio has been in probably 2 or 3 years. I haven't got to the stuff on the shelves, just getting stuff off the floor. That's the big thing. That's a huge accomplishment. So probably doesn't look any different than the last episode. I was thinking about that as I'm like, oh yeah, and I'm like, yeah, no one's gonna notice any difference because most of that is what you see in that's not on camera. Okay. Let's see. I am just gonna blow my nose here. Let me mute this. Oh yeah, that feels better. Hopefully there won't be too many sniffling, slurping sounds here going into your microphone. Lots of talk about weather. The east coast of North America is underneath a record blizzard right now. It is unbelievable. So my warmest sentiments go out to my friends on the east coast of Canada right now who may be just trapped inside their houses. So hopefully this episode can help warm you up and your hearts and your paintbrushes just that extra little bit. Okay. Our next step here is to apply some color onto the surface of the painting to kind of get it started. And one approach you can do is what's called the Imprimatura, or applying a priming layer. Imprimatura is an Italian word that is roughly 600 years old, from really kind of was popularized during the Renaissance. And the palette that we're going to use to create this and all of the entire painting is what we call a split primary palette. That means we're basically going to use, at max, 8 tubes of paint. Every single painting we've done on this channel over the past almost 4 years now was done using this split primary palette. So, in just 8 tubes of paint. In fact, you don't even really need black. For the past 4 years, I've had 2 tubes of black paint, and both of them are about 3/4 full, so we barely need any black at all because we can mix our own black with some of the colors above here. And I'll show you how to, we're going to do that at some point in today's painting. And plus white. White is also helpful. So the brand that I'm going to use here is the brand that I'm about to use here is these Amsterdam paints, and I'm not sponsored, not paid, not given any free supplies, no free trips to Bermuda or anything. I went and bought my supplies just like everybody else. And I recommend these brands because they're about the cheapest paint to quality ratio you can get. You could certainly spend a lot more for paint that is a little bit better, and you can spend a lot less for paint that is terrible. So this is, I think, your best bang for the buck. These are 250 milliliter tubes, and each one costs about $15 Canadian, about maybe $12 American. I just ordered a huge batch of more paint like this. So anyway, I'm about to use this warm yellow, this Azo Yellow Deep, because you'll notice I got two yellows here. And we'll talk about this a little bit, but I've done whole episodes on this as part of the Master Study series. If you don't have this brand, that's okay. You can still make do. I'm going to flip through a bunch of other brands. I'm not going to talk about all of them. If you want, you can pause the screen and take a screenshot, or just go to the Dropbox and download the handout that has all of these names on there. But essentially, you'll see many of the same names coming up over and over and over again. It's because I've gone through these different brands, their websites, looked at the colors, and tried to select colors that I think would be most appropriate to recreate the results that we get here on camera. Deborah says, yes, please. Did I turn down the volume when you blow your nose? Hopefully, I thought I muted the microphone. My apology. I thought I did that, but there are a couple brands I don't recommend because they add way too much white into the paint, and that makes it impossible to mix a black paint or a very, very, very dark gray, because every paint, at least some of these less expensive brands, do put titanium white in as a filler, but both Peebo and Museum Color add way too much. And, I'm particularly, irked by Peebo because they are one of the largest paint brands around. And the fact that they do that is extremely disappointing. Okay, so... Oh, there we are. So... let's put some of this, my Azo Yellow. Although, maybe let's just do a quick check before I do this. Let's take a look at her painting. Yeah, I think this would be definitely appropriate for this one. I just want to double check that this color is going to work well for here. Oh, and there's Paula in the chat. Senga 2 and Abdullah. Did I say that already? Heidi. I think I might have mentioned a few names 2 or 3 times. Oh, you may notice there's some of these guys. So what I did is I had some brushes that were that had broken the ferrule. This metal piece broke, so I used some pretty intense epoxy, this Gorilla Glue, and I glued them together, and I wrapped a piece of rag around it. Now it has dried into this hard shape, but I was thinking I kind of like that, because the break here was the wood actually broke, so there's kind of splints in there. But this is what I do periodically, because I put my brushes through a little bit of work here. So these brushes I've rescued from the trash, because I don't care what my brush looks like. If it does the work, that's great. So, not very pretty, but you can see this is one such brush. I'll just zoom in. Same sort of thing. It just now looks like a bit of a band-aid. Come on, come on. Right, and I've been using this brush. I think maybe almost every painting I've made, I've used this brush. So, you know, it has a certain amount of like sentimental value to me, which sounds kind of crazy, just a paintbrush, but I'm sure probably a few of you watching right now know what that's like to have a brush or two that, you know, just looks like a trashy old brush, but, you know, it's been there with you every step of the way for the past few years, and you feel like, you know what, just tossing this guy in the trash just doesn't feel right. So it's interesting, I was teaching an in-person class on Sunday here in Vancouver, Canada, where I'm currently located. And just for fun, to mix it up, I mixed up a warm brown, a brick red color, which is the pretty kind of traditional color artists used for this process for, you know, 500, 600, 700 years. Just so that people could have an experience using that more traditional color, because certainly I'm probably the only one who's been doing this color. I mean, I'm sure there's been a few we've actually looked at a few artists that have done this, but I think definitely I'm the only one on YouTube promoting this process, or not even promoting it, but just sort of using it as this is my default, kind of almost my signature at this point. Anyway, and across the board, every student in the class preferred the yellow over the brown, which was very interesting. So all I can say is, just from my anecdotal experience, seeing that was interesting. Everyone was like, "Oh wow, this is really dark," whereas this is so much lighter that we can darken and we can lighten. But when you use that darker brown, pretty much everything has to lighten up on top of it, which gives it a different quality. But I think it takes down some of the luminescence, the intensity of those colors, which is one of the reasons why the Impressionist painters were really the first artists in the West, anyway, because artists in the East didn't do this really at all. The first artists in European artists to occasionally not apply an Imprimatura, because they I think looked at these paintings like, we want something that's much brighter, not these dour darks. We want to lighten these colors up big time, and it made a huge difference, major difference. Where can I put this? Okay. I'm just gonna move this out of the way, get my paint. Oh my goodness, look at all the comments. Abdullah says, is there any other person here who is drawing in art, paper, and pencil? That's true. Not everybody is using the templates, so I love that you're drawing that image out from scratch. Definitely a little bit more challenging, but always remember, it's not important to make it perfect, right? If there's anything that you pick up from these classes and from me, it's that perfection is, I think, more debilitating. Obsessing about perfection is really probably only going to cause you grief when it comes to making art. And I think letting go of perfection, embracing one's mistakes, and is probably going to help you ultimately learn more and progress faster, paradoxically. Okay. Haas says, I also draw with pencil only. You're not alone, Abdullah. Awesome. Oh, Kathy said that was, I think that was a joke. You're so polite, Michael. Okay, when I thought I may not have muted the microphone. Barbara says, I consider buying art and craft supplies as a separate hobby. That is pretty funny. Deborah says, hey folks, remember to give this video a thumbs up because it helps Michael. I appreciate that. Barbara says, I'm doing Emily Carr's Red Cedars, and I've got 2 others ready to go as well, and not enough hours in the day. Paula says, please give me the Dropbox number. Thanks. It's on the Facebook page, if you want. I'll pull that up for you. Or is it, how do I, let's, put it there in the chat for you, Paula. Oh, there's Ismo. I'm here. My son is visiting. Awesome. Oh, that's cool. I wonder if you guys are going to do some art together. That would be great. Haas says, do you guys think I should participate in an art competition? And I say yes, absolutely. Barbara says, the Dropbox link is always in the notes below each live stream. I use Control F keys to find the artist quickly. You are smart, Barbara. Okay, let's get moving and shaking here. Got my paint ready, caught up on all the comments in the chat. Take a last few sips of this tea. And get teacup number 2 in place. And where are we? Let's go up there. Okay, now that we've got our underdrawing on the canvas and we've got some Imprimatura covering it, let's talk a little bit about Emily Carr. Now, again, we've talked about her 4 times over the past few years, and just last week I did a pretty thorough dive into her biography, I think. I'm trying to think if there was anything I didn't really cover. I also talked about her books. I just finished reading, rereading Clewick, which is the book that is she wrote that kind of made her a star overnight, even though she had been painting for 50 years before the book came out, or 60 years really before the book came out. Emily Carr was born 1871 in Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, and passes away in 1945 at age 73, not too far from where she was born and raised, also in Victoria. Emily Carr is by far she was certainly the first West Coast artist, at least in Canadian history, to achieve national renown. Considered by I would say most historians of Canadian art to be among the maybe top 5 greatest Canadian artists of all time, certainly the greatest female artist of all time in Canadian history, and I would put her in maybe the top 5 greatest female artists of all time globally as well. In terms of her influence, her style, technique, the boldness of her work, and also the influence that she had on subsequent generations. And even the artists in and around her while she was alive. I mean, she had a profound impact on the local Vancouver, Victoria, and Seattle art communities. And she taught art here. The main art school in Western Canada that I teach at, the Emily Carr University of Art and Design, is of course named after her. Once was the Vancouver School of Art, I think until the mid 50s, early 60s, I think is when the name was changed. You can see there's even a planet that was named after her, 5688 Clewick. Clewick, again, that's the name of the book that she wrote and published in 1941 and became a national bestseller. Clewick is the name that the indigenous people in Haida Gwaii, which is just northern Vancouver, it's a chain of islands south of Alaska. That was the name that they gave her, which means laughing one, or the one who laughs. And she's obviously very well known for many of the artwork she made while she was in that part of the world, documenting the way of life of the First Peoples on the west coast of Canada. And last episode, I read from her book and talked about her seething anger to what was happening to those people, the effects of colonialism that was causing a genocide that obliterated the populations of people that had lived on the shores of Western Canada and the United States for over 40,000 years. I always tell that to my students. There were people living here where I am in Vancouver 36,000 years before the pyramids in Egypt were built, right? So there's a long history that goes back, thousands upon thousands of years. Vancouver itself is only 140 years old, I think, at this point. So, yeah, Emily did her best to try to bring attention to the suffering of those people, because she saw the populations declining rapidly each time she made trips up north. Really, I think just a few things that I wanted to mention. I think I mentioned it last episode. So after Emily Carr went to, she studied in San Francisco and London and spent some time in Paris as well. When she came back to Canada, she opened a studio here at basically the corner of Granville and Broadway in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'm just going to zoom out so you have some context as to where this is. So here, we have the United States and Canada. You have the state of Alaska up here. Emily Carr was born in Victoria, which is on the southern tip of Vancouver Island. The Haida Gwaii and the Haida people lived, and still to this day live, in this chain of islands that they call Haida Gwaii. It used to be called the Queen Charlotte Islands when I was a little kid growing up. And you can see very close to the southern tip of Alaska here, like Ketchikan and Wrangell and Sitka up north there. You have Seattle, Portland here, Seattle, just for context. And let's dive back in. So when Emily Carr came back from Europe, she was certainly one of the only artists within 300 or 400 kilometers, 250 miles or more, who had been to Europe, who had seen art by Impressionist painters and Vincent van Gogh, etc. So this studio that she had right here, which no longer exists because I'll show you in a moment here, this area is now a massive construction site because they're building a giant extension to the subway here. So I'm just out of curiosity, I haven't seen what the street view shows us. So there's this big tower going up here. There's going to be a subway stop there. Not the restaurant, but an actual train. And so her studio would have been right here. There was a, did I find an image or two? I guess, I thought I found an image of, there used to be a, so this restaurant used to be on that location. Memphis Blues was literally where her studio was, right here. Inside was like a rib shack kind of thing, barbecue house. So if you've ever been in that restaurant, it's a chain. There's other versions of it elsewhere. Here in Lower Mainland, there's the logo. If you had ever been to that location, then you had at some point stepped into Emily Carr's former studio, which I just think is super fascinating. Obviously, I spend hours each episode talking about the biography and lives of these artists because I'm fascinated with history and geography. So Emily Carr comes back from Europe, opens a studio right here on near the corner of Broadway and Granville, and it is a major meeting center for anybody interested at all in art, not just artists, but also writers and poets who come to her because she's met with several well-known artists while she was in Europe and seen art. So people are like, wow, I've heard of Van Gogh, but I saw one small picture reproduced in the newspaper a few months ago. What do they look like in color? What do they look like in person? And so Emily Carr would do drawings and show people and explain to them what she saw and all the exciting new innovations going on in Europe. I mean, just think, this is, 1912. This is really at the beginning of Cubism, that is just exploding in Paris. And at that time, every artist who was at all interested in sort of the avant-garde and doing something new, almost overnight tried Cubism. And so Emily Carr herself would probably have seen the very, very beginnings of that. I'd be interested to know how much of that was actually exhibited, because most of that was probably in artist studios. I'm not sure. I don't think she ever met Picasso or any of his kind of gang of folks. But anyway, suffice to say, this was a major meeting place for her. And then I was trying to do a little bit of research to find out where she had her first major exhibition. So in 1913, she mounts this exhibition, and I just want to see make sure if I have. Now, I can't be sure this is the actual location, but in 1913, Emily Carr has an exhibition in Dominion Hall in Vancouver. And at the time, it was the largest solo exhibition by an artist in Western Canada. And that was intended to be her big coming out, her big unveiling all the work that was inspired by her travels in Northern California and Europe. And, she was going to she had very high hopes for this exhibition. And so the only thing that I could find is the Dominion building, which, you know, was built in 1910. So this would have been a very new building. Is at one point was the tallest building in the British Empire for a few years. And so it is located right across from Victory Square, where the former City Hall of Vancouver once was before it moved to its present location. And so this is at the corner of Cambie and that's Hastings, right? I'm pretty sure that's Hastings. How come there's no markings? Yeah, Hastings. So the Dominion building, which is incorrectly marked there, should actually be right across the street. Let's just do a quick little view here. This is the former Woodward's building, very famous building in Vancouver history. And here's the Dominion building. So I could be just conflating two similar names, but I'm just guessing that this is where it would make sense. This would have been, you know, the coolest building to have a big art show in Vancouver at the time would have been like you know, having your exhibition in the brand new Chrysler building in New York or something at the time. Also, again, being the largest building in the entire British Empire at the time, until the building almost right down the street. Where is it? Right up the street here. Until this guy was built just down the street. And this one topped it out, I think, added a couple extra floors on top there just to get to break the record. And of course that lasted for maybe 6 months before something else was built elsewhere in the British Empire, probably Toronto or London or Liverpool or wherever. But anyway, long story short, Emily Carr had her exhibition in the Dominion Hall in 1913, and it was a bit of a disaster. I'm not exactly sure if she sold any works at all, but long story short, she fell into a deep depression after that. She had really high hopes for that exhibition. It didn't go as planned, and for the next basically 13, 14 years or so, she stopped making art altogether. She moved back to Victoria, and she spent her time managing a boarding house and for travelers and workers, and she and also breeding and raising sheepdogs, I think. And so that was like really probably one of the darkest times in her life. She had all this momentum. She was a young woman. At this point, she's in her early 40s. I think she's like 41, 42 years old. Kind of feels like she's kind of achieved a bunch of things and now wants to show it to the world, and nothing. Crickets. And some of her peers out east heard about her work. She had begun a correspondence and met artists who would soon form the Group of Seven in Toronto, and so she was in contact with them, and they were particularly Lauren Harris, who we've done at least one painting of his in the past, was constantly writing her, trying to get her to make work because they all really loved her work. But Emily herself was sort of gave up. So it wasn't until another decade, almost a decade later, 1927, the National Gallery contacts her at the encouragement of Lauren Harris to include her work in this large exhibition of Group of Seven works at the National Gallery in Ottawa. And that sort of reawakened the artist within her when she realized, oh, what, you want to show my art after all these years? Yeah, but I'm not an artist anymore. I gave that up long ago. I realized nobody wants my work. And then when her work traveled out east, everyone was like, my goodness, this artist is incredible. How come we haven't heard of her? right? It's like, well, she lives on the West Coast, and it's a long ways away, and who really cares about Western Canada? There's nothing really interesting going on over there. Still, some of those attitudes persist out east, but that created this major reawakening for her, and over the next 15 years or so, which really, unfortunately, is the last 15 or so years of her life, she comes out blazing with a whole new, transformed, renewed energy for making art. Just as a quick here, we see some of the works that she made over for her exhibition in Vancouver, and many of these artworks, I'm sure, would have been on display in the gallery at that time. Some of these are now some of her most famous works. Also a lot of these works that she did on location in observation of Indigenous people in Haida Gwaii. Some of these works are controversial. People say that they constitute cultural appropriation. We talked all about in the previous episode, so if you want to go back and watch that, we addressed all of that. I think in light of the recent reissue and unabridged version of her original book, we can see that she was doing everything possible that she knew how to help bring awareness to what was really a major tragedy, the systematic oppression and genocide of First Nations people here on the West Coast. And so you could see just here on this wiki art, we have all of this art builds up to 1912, and then nothing for the next decade until the early mid-1920s, when she starts painting again. She goes back up to Haida Gwaii, and again, on her trip back up there, she passes on the ferry dozens of villages that she had once visited, which are now empty, where the people are all gone. The houses, the long houses that the native people who lived in and held ceremonies in, are now covered with vines, and the roofs have caved in, and the various different explorers have come in and just taken all of the artifacts, all the totem poles away, and put them in museums in Europe. And she's just horrified seeing the what has happened to many of the people that she had met and spent months with. So we see also, so Lauren Harris, the great member of the Group of Seven. I would say Lauren Harris, I've always said, is probably the most famous Canadian artist outside of Canada. And he really encouraged her work. Let's just bring up his, even though we've done a whole episode on Lauren Harris, I think it's worth just taking a look at his art here. What? There's only 2 images. Okay, let's... So Lauren Harris, as his earlier work is I'm trying to think, what is one of his earlier paintings? They're beautiful artworks of often like areas in and around Toronto, Algonquin Park. And then he starts exploring more and more, exploring abstraction more and more. This is probably around the same time, actually, probably in the mid-1920s, early 30s. His work starts to become more and more abstract, more and more simplified. He starts kind of approaching these, what some might call these more Platonic forms, like Plato. who believed in that the whole world was really comprised of these essential shapes, and everything else on top was artifice uh, and and illusion, right? So Lauren Harris is trying to cut that away, and his work eventually becomes more and more abstract until we get images like this. And, just out of curiosity, so like what year? Okay, so this is the 1930s that he's moving into these works. But he's, really encouraging Emily Carr to not just paint what she sees, but to paint what she feels in reaction to those landscapes, trying to describe the feeling of being in those spaces. And so her work starts to get, more and more, more and more abstract, more kind of moody and like especially the way that she paints trees and the leaves in trees. We talked about this last week when we were talking about the red cedar and how just for how when she's painting this painting, like she starts just turning the trees and the leaves on trees into these big solid masses. And I mentioned at the before, because I went up to Haida Gwaii myself 5-6 years ago, and until I had gone there, I thought her work was just totally very imaginative and bore no resemblance to reality. And then you go up there and you realize that's actually what a lot of the trees look like. A lot of the leaves, because it's kind of a tropical environment. It's constantly wet. That the leaves often fall off the trees but get caught in the branches, and then centuries of that happening, there's these literally big clumps of leaves that at times you can be walking through those dense forests that have these really high canopies, and it appears very dark. Like it could be 1 o'clock in the afternoon, sun is shining, and you could take a photograph that could convince people that it is the sun is setting. So she's, I feel like, trying to describe the elemental forces that are at play in this landscape in the northwest coast of North America. Even artists in Seattle and Portland looked to Emily Carr as someone who was able to convey the feeling of the landscape that they were also very familiar with. Because out here on the West Coast, the weather can be pretty mean at times. I might have mentioned last week I was Captain George Vancouver, who was the British general who led an expedition to the area, which is now named Vancouver and Vancouver Island. Hated being out here. He felt it was just cold all the time, raining all the time, and he just wanted to be back in Europe. Also because in Europe there was a big war with Napoleon, and he wanted to be out there fighting the big battle, not charting and mapping the shoreline out here. But like when I see these paintings of hers, I can feel the wind whipping over the grass. Right. Often, many of these areas are right along the shoreline, and when the wind comes through, it will chill you right down through the thickest thermal underwear, and you see all of these paintings building up. This is around the same time as today's painting, and I think it's 1937. She has, I think, her first heart attack. Yeah, 1937, she suffers her first heart attack. There's another one in 1939. And so during this time of her life, kind of by doctor's order, she's told to put the paintbrush down and just relax. But I think she can also feel that the end is near, and she has a lot to say. So that's what she devotes really the last 6-7 years of her life to, is her writing. She digs out her old journals and she starts trying to transform them into books. And I think there's about 7 or 8 of these books that have subsequently been published based on her journals. Acrylic was published during her lifetime. Her autobiography, Growing Pains, was, I don't know if this came out during her life. I think it might have come out just shortly afterwards. And this is also excellent. Like, if you want a little bit more of context as to her inspiration and the artists that she met and her travels through Europe and San Francisco, that would be an excellent a book to read, Growing Pains. There's, again, a few others that have subsequently come out. I can't remember all the names of them. I'm sure there's a list. Oh yeah, here we are. It's easier for me to just flip. The Book of Small, Growing Pains, Heart of a Peacock, House of All Sorts, Hundreds and Thousands, The Journals of Emily Carr, Acrylic, and Pause, a Sketchbook. Complete Writings of Emily Carr and Her Dogs, and the Opposite Contraries. I've read this book, Growing Pains, and Acrylic. I haven't read the other ones. House of All Sorts describes her time basically during that 12 to 15 years where she had stopped making art altogether. That's the House of All Sorts is the name that she gave that boarding house that she was running, and while she was also raising dogs in the backyard. And I can't remember. I think Book of Small is about her, very young part of her life. Anyway, there's also a great book of sketches that she made. I think it's like Emily and her sister go to Alaska or something, that documents her sketches when her and her sister went up to Alaska for the first time. Anyway, is there anything? Oh, let me see. So the Alan Klinkoff Gallery is the gallery that had this artwork for sale. And let's see, that's the painting. I don't know how much this painting sold for. How much it would have sold for? I bet you probably sold for $100,000, maybe a little bit more, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was, at most maybe 250,000 or less. If somebody told me it sold for 20,000 or 30,000, it wouldn't surprise me too much, because still to this day, Canadian art can be bought for, relatively very cheap. And that's one of the reasons why comedian Steve Martin was able to become the largest private collector of the work of Lauren Harris, because, when he would come to Canada, he would see Lauren Harris paintings in private art galleries. He was already a well-known art collector, and he'd be like, "Are you telling me I can buy this guy's paintings, which is in your national gallery, for like $5,000 or $6,000? Okay, I'll buy everything you have. I'll buy it all. I love this guy's work, and it's super cheap. That's great." So I always tell people, if you've got money, I would park it in Canadian art, especially work by Group of Seven, Emily Carr. You can't go wrong. Those values are only going to go up. Anyway, that's my pitch on behalf of of the Alan Klinkoff Gallery, which also sells a lot of Canadian art. You can see, let me see. This gives you just a little bit of context as to how big that painting is in real life. So it's what, 24 by 33 inches, and we're going to transform it into a 9 by 12 painting. So just about 1/3 the size of the original. Okay, my goodness, there are a ton of comments here in the chat. Where, oh, there's Pascal and Lolly. Wow, oh my goodness, there's, wow, okay. There's so many comments in here, which is great, but, oh, so that's great. I appreciate Pascal. He wrote in capital letters question. So if you have questions, maybe rewrite them in here, because there's so many for me to go through. Pascal says, question, how was Emily Carr viewed by her contemporaries in Europe? That's a great question. I don't know. Probably they didn't even think about her. Emily Carr, though, was very depressed during her time in Europe. You might get the sense that depression was something she struggled with throughout her life. But she found herself very depressed while she was in Europe, wanting to come back to Canada basically as soon as possible. She felt like a lot of the art that she saw out there was kind of disconnected from reality. She didn't really like the teachers and education she received out there. She felt it was like very conservative. Again, you remember, she's a young woman in Europe, or just a young woman in the early 1900s. You know, relatively, the whole world was quite conservative at the time. And this is a woman who'd already gone up to you know, Haida Gwaii and Alaska all by herself. And so she's already a very independent woman. And so when she comes to Europe, and as you know, as we like to think of, like, the Western world as being very open-minded, well, maybe now to some extent, but back then it was, I think she was just like, oh my goodness, like, this is crazy. I want to be back home. I want to go back to the West Coast, where I can spend most of my time in the wilderness, not having to interact with all these old fuddy-duddied old men, and just do my own thing. And so yeah, I don't, as far as I know, there's not any anything written about her by any of the people that she met in Europe. And if there was, it was probably just like this, maybe a sentence or two of some hick from Canada, right? Some kind of tomboyish woman who liked to spend time in the forests and rather than in the cafes and restaurants of Paris. So I'm just going to quickly scan here, see if, but good question, Pascal. Pascal says I got to be up early tomorrow morning at 5-ish. There's a special George O'Keeffe exhibition. Where is that? Where's your exhibition? I'm sorry, Pascal, I forgot where you live. You guys are hilarious. Markowsky art addicts. Barbara says Wednesdays are usually a washout for me after staying up half the night. Oh, you guys, oh, you're so sweet. I appreciate you guys wanting to tune in to be here live, but the video is always going to be there for you to watch again at your own convenience later on. Barbara says, the more I hear about Vancouver, the more I want to move there. If you can afford it, Vancouver is one of the most expensive cities in the world these days. So it is, not an easy place to move to these days. Lolly says depressed in Europe. Oh my goodness. Okay, so the George O'Keeffe in Montreal Museum of Fine Arts. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know there was a big show there. That's great. Because we're going to do a couple of episodes on George O'Keeffe coming up in March. So I think that will coincide. Let's see. Let me just see the... look at my terrible writing. Very clumsy. Oh, George O'Keeffe and Henry Moore exhibition. It's up. Okay, so just... oh, it's not... it opens in a couple of days. Great, that's perfect. Okay, so that will be... okay, that's nice. It's always... I kind of want these episodes to coincide with what's going on in the world so people can make these paintings and then potentially go for a walk and see the real things. That's awesome. Thank you for mentioning that. There's an exhibition at the Vancouver Art Gallery. Carr, O'Keeffe, and Kahlo? Really? That must be coming up. I didn't realize. When is that? Huh. Look at you guys. You guys are the ones giving me all the info today. Come on, why is it taking so... oh, that's 2012. Oh. Sorry, we'll get right to the... I don't see that exhibition. Oh, there was an exhibition. Sorry, I thought, Heidi, you were saying it was years ago. Okay, yes, sorry. I was like, what? Really? That's so cool. Ah, okay. See, I'm just glancing over all of those comments. I did see the crucial what is the difference? Was and is. What are those? What those are? What? Not nouns, not adverbs, not pronouns. Anyway, you let me know in the comments. Anybody who knows anything about grammar, I'm always interested. Okay. Now that we've talked a little bit about Emily Carr, or a lot about Emily Carr, let's get back to painting. So let's take a look at her original painting. Let's decide if we need to do an underpainting. Almost every single person who's ever picked up a paintbrush has a different definition of underpainting. So often with these episodes, I often describe underpainting as really just maybe putting a few lines down in places to help us so that while we're working on the painting, we don't get lost. Now, like if there's details that might get covered up. Now, I do look at this and I see like all these trees here. I think she probably painted them actually fairly early in the process. I think she probably sketched this painting out. There's not enough visible information here on the surface, but I'm pretty confident she probably did what I'm about to do, which is to put some darker lines in place and then paint over them and then bring some of those darker lines back, but allowing some of the original ones to kind of get covered up a little bit to give it that sense of wind going over and through and around those trees. So let's mix up some paint. Now, I mean, we could just mix a black, but I think since mostly they're trees, let's mix a brown. And let's mix a cool brown. So let's take a lot of cool yellow, a little bit of cool red, an even smaller amount of cool blue. The more blue we add to this mixture, the darker this brown is going to be. Maybe I'll make it a bit more reddish. There we go. So I've got a nice cool brown. And let's take... You know what? I was going to take a small brush, or relatively small brush. But one thing I always try to avoid is getting to use too small of a brush too soon. Because what I end up doing is getting stuck in detail too soon. And I want to save my details till later on, right? I want to move as quickly as possible through the first few layers of painting. So what I've got here is just what we call like a flat brush. And so I'm just going to use the flat end of the brush here to paint lines. I'll show you a different angle of this here. Notice how, as I was going down here, I'll just go over that line a second time. As it gets closer to the bottom, I'm putting more and more pressure and it widens out. So I'm not too concerned with accuracy here. I think these lines are going to get mostly covered up by paint. So I'm just kind of, they're a bit like placeholders here. Let's also, yeah, let's do the other, we'll stick with trees here for a moment. Now, this tree on the right, we don't see its trunk. I'm going to put one here anyway. And then maybe that's enough. Oh, well, another thing that I want to do, I'm going to use this same brown to articulate some of the landscape features here. Also, like, look how where I'm holding this paintbrush. I'm not holding it like a pencil. I'm holding it kind of far away, which means, you know, I might lose a little bit of dexterity. But it's also a lot more fun to paint like this. Okay. There we go. Let's put my paintbrush in my tea. That wouldn't be the first time. I've done that a few times. You know, you get your beautiful, like, your special tea that you get for Christmas. You're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to save this one for a special occasion. Oh, I'm going to use it today when I'm going to make a painting. And the painting starts, and then you're like, bloop. Oh, that's great. Now I've got ultramarine blue flavored Earl Grey tea. Okay. I'm going to blow dry that because, of course, the place that I want to paint right next to is where I've got the thickest paint. Okay. How did everything get so dirty? Just spent this past week cleaning this studio up, and now I'm all like, things are all quickly disorganized already. Such is life, eh? Okay. That's our next step. Oh, there are so many comments today. Okay. Now that we got a little bit of underpainting accomplished, let's start actually putting some colors in place. And I always tend to start in the background and then work my way forward, because that also helps me know which colors to use. We almost always want to use our cool colors in the background and warm colors in the foreground, because cool colors appear to the human eye to recede backwards, versus warm colors appear to advance towards us, right? So if we put our warm colors in the foreground and cool colors in the background, then we can create the illusion of depth on a two-dimensional surface, right? Even if you're doing an abstract painting, you can use those same principles. So if we say we're going to start with the background, then we can be like, okay, well, I've got a palette here that has 3 cool colors and 3 warm colors. So that means I just have to choose between a combination of cool yellow, cool blue, and cool red for my background. So that can simplify things a lot, because then you're like, well, I basically got 3 colors to choose from. Which colors do I want to use? And so for this painting, let's take a look at the background here. So the furthest part away, the area of this painting that is the furthest from us, or from the picture plane, is the sky here. And so let's just dive in and see what she's done. Well, probably most notably, when we look at the sky, is in relationship to everything else around it, it is much more muted in its colors. We don't have very bright colors there at all, except maybe in this little bit, but is that the sky or the top of the hill? You tell me. So we have mostly we have a little bit of this cool blue poking through, but we've got a lot of grays going on here. And so gray is another way that we can push things backwards in space. Right? Just think of, like, you know, if you look, you go outside in the middle of the day and you look at something really far away, it loses its color saturation and appears to kind of get duller in color. And so artists have been doing that same sort of thing for 1,000 plus, well, in the Western world for maybe 600 years, 500 years. Because really artists didn't paint landscapes until relatively recently in human history. That's a whole other story. I did a lecture tour across Canada 10 years ago talking about the history of landscape painting. Senga says, everyone is Brill inspiring. Brill being short for brilliant. Those of you who are not up on the latest lingo that the young folk are using these days, the hip cats of today. Okay, so what was I talking? So to get a gray, we got to mix a black. So remember I said before we're going to mix our own black. Well, let's do that right now. So we're going to take some cool yellow. Let's do this right here. Cool yellow and cool blue. Equal quantities. We mix that together and we get this beautiful, vibrant green. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. And we might use a green like this throughout the painting when we do our middle ground. Just keep that in mind. All right, this bright green here, we're going to use that eventually, but let's get to the grays first. Now, to make this brown, we used these exact same colors, obviously much less blue, but we used cool yellow, cool blue, and cool red, and we got a cool brown. Now, we don't want brown, we want black. So instead of using the cool red, I'm going to swap in my warm red. Probably going to need a little bit more red, but just for our sake, let's mix this in together. What that's doing is it's because red is opposite from green on the color wheel, it's pulling that cool green towards the center of the color wheel, which we call the neutral core. And when things approach the neutral core or cross through the neutral core, they lose all of their color. So now I think I just added a bit too much red. So what this tells me now, if I've got a brown again, well, just think about how we make a brown. It's brown is essentially like an orange plus blue. So right now, if we've got a brown, that tells us, I'd say that color is right about here. We need to add more blue into it to pull that brown back into the center. Now, mixing your own black is not easy, and so a little trick that we can do, let me see, still looks a little bit on the greenish side. I'm just going to pick a bit more red and mix that in there. So it's very hard to discern what color we're looking at when it's just a really dark color. So what we can do is take a bit of white, mix that together, and then that can help reveal the color we've actually got. So I actually think that's pretty good. I think at least good enough. Now obviously if I was to try to mix that color again, I want to use a different brush because otherwise I'm now going to introduce white into this color. And if I want it to be black, I don't want white in there at all because then I'm always going to be fighting. It's always going to look like it's a gray. So I'm going to add more white to this gray. And I was just going to clean this brush, but you know what? Now that I look at it, I think I could probably use it. And why not? Let's, I'm going to make it lighter. So I'm going to take even more white. And rather than just mix it in here, I'm just going to mix it into a different area. Adjacent here. And I could paint with this color directly, but I'm going to add just a little bit of matte medium in here. Matte medium is clear acrylic paint. And so this is just going to make the paint a little bit more transparent so that some of the yellow of my Imprimatura comes through this color. So what other colors should we put in there? Let's now turn this into a bit more of a yellow gray. Let's take a bunch more yellow. Okay, what about a little bit more? Let's take some cool red now. And then let's take a little bit more cool blue and mix it in here. Ooh, that's a little much. I could probably have used, well, yeah, I was going to let it stay, but you know what? Let's just wipe that away. And I'm just going to wipe that paint off. So I got a lot out of that brush for now, but I think I'm going to jump down to a smaller brush. Just add a bit more white in there. It was a little bit too dark. And my goal here isn't to completely finish the sky all in one go. I just want to kind of get some color in place, and then I'm going to move on. Right, and I think that's probably good enough for right now. Okay. Well, he says this painting is so stunning. It looks like it looks magical to me, like a fairy tale landscape. Right? You know, like that's when I saw this painting. I didn't even know anything about it. I'd never heard of it, and you can see there's not a lot. If you look it up online, there's not a lot of documentation of it. Which I will say is you know, could be a little bit concerning that a painting that I think is so good, is relatively undocumented, does make me a little worried that, I mean, that there could be some question about its authenticity. Not that I want to, but you know, I think this is, if this was in a museum somewhere, this would be arguably, you know, one of the main artworks of their collection, I would say, personally. I think it's certainly one of, obviously, I think it's one of Emily's best works because we're painting it right here. Although I will say we don't necessarily always paint the best works by each artist, because sometimes the best work by like Michelangelo, we didn't paint the whole Sistine Chapel, for instance, because that would have been ridiculous. That would comprise the next 10 years of my life. Okay. So let's move on from there. And let's start painting the middle ground. So this kind of hill back here, and these areas here. And then for our purpose, well, maybe we'll consider most of this bottom third or so of the painting to be our foreground. So a lot of the colors here are quite saturated, cool colors. I mean, that yellow here is yellow all day long, cool yellow all day long, right out of the tube. And some of these greens are, you know, cool yellow and cool blue with very little to no modification, which gives this painting a very saturated quality. I'm going to add a little more cool yellow on my palette. I will say I did amp the saturation up a little bit from the original. There's a few different versions of this painting online that are super saturated and then very dull. So you know, it's always like, I'm not sure which way to go. So, okay. In fact, I'm just going to take some of this, okay, cool yellow. I'm going to add a bit of white into the mixture. The white is going to dull that yellow down a little bit, but it's also going to help make it appear even more on this canvas. It's going to really brighten it up, so that if I do want to paint more cool yellow over top of it later, it's really going to pop. Cool yellow without any white in it, I should say. So it might seem like, what, you're just painting yellow on top of yellow? Well, kind of, but this yellow is I got a little bit of that white, and as I said, it's going to really glow later on if I just paint cool yellow right over top. Because that white, it starts to prevent light from penetrating below it, so... Let's do a bit more for that. A little bit more white in here. Okay, now I'm going to take a little bit of a cool blue and add it to this color. Let's make a bigger mix of it. I'm going to take my white, a little bit more cool blue. It's going to give it this kind of icy teal quality. Bring these side by side up. Again, my goal is not to make a perfect reproduction here. I'm just sort of wanting to play with color. Let's add more blue. That's great. I love these colors. Oh my goodness. I know that these are in the foreground, but she's got a little bit of cool blue all over the place. We've talked about this with Emily Carr a few times, that she sometimes seems to put cool colors in the foreground where technically, you know, you're kind of not supposed to. But just remember that Emily Carr is painting at a time where artists are really questioning everything. Really? So I'm just gonna, even though these are technically foreground areas, I see these colors in here. Maybe you don't see those colors in the painting, and that's okay. In fact, that's great. I love that people see different things when they look at art. And even though this is in the sky, I'm still gonna put little wisps of this up here. Because after all, the sky is going to reflect the ground, right? So just as, like, you know, a blue sky will reflect the blue of the water, and a little bit of vice versa, right? So that feels great. I love how this is a really fun one to paint. At least at this stage. You can call me back in an hour and see how I'm feeling. But this feels like there's a lot of room to be very expressive. And I can almost guarantee you that this painting would have looked similar to this at some point around the same sort of stage of Emily Carr's painting. I'm not saying it would have looked exactly like mine, or I'm doing exactly like what she's doing, or I'm anywhere near as good as she is, but I do have a feeling that she's sort of working in a similar sort of process here. So now I'm just mixing more blue and yellow into this paint. There's less and less. I'm not adding any more white, so the paint is becoming more and more saturated as the quantity of white paint there gets smaller and smaller. This color looks almost identical to the previous one. It's a little bit different. Maybe not different enough. It's a little more greenish, which is a good thing, I think. Let's take a bit more cool blue. Again, notice I'm using a bigger brush. Because probably if I was using a smaller brush, I might not feel... it would be, first of all, a smaller brush doesn't hold as much paint. So if you're using a small brush, you're going to be dipping in and dipping in. It's hard to kind of get that kind of free-flowing quality when you're using tiny little brushes. So unless you're using a very small canvas, get that, you know, this brush is about this, you know, I don't know what the 3/4 the size of my pinky finger. And I wouldn't say I have gigantic hands or anything, so don't be afraid to get a little bit larger brush. We are going to go to smaller brushes eventually, but don't start with your smallest brush. So here's, we got now more cool blue in the mix. Okay, now I'm going to take a bit of cool red, mix this into this mixture, and it's going to start going a little bit purpley, maybe even a tiny bit gray almost, because even though it's not the warm red, which would turn this into a black, it's still a little bit further away, and the white in there is just going to kind of act as a bit of a... it's just going to feel a little bit grayish. Like grayish purple, it should say. Yeah, this is a fun one. Okay. I'm gonna add just more cool blue and cool red into this mixture. We'll get maybe even more intense purple. It's not gonna be as saturated of a purple as it would be if I used my warm blue and cool red, but it's gonna be pretty purple. wow, that is fun. That is cool. I like how that looks. Okay. I think I might let's move on to the foreground. I mean, hey, you could do this painting and just leave it like that. I think it'd be kind of cool. But I'm going to keep on moving forward. And this is kind of like what some of the artists that would have inspired her, that she would have seen in Paris in the early 1900s. She would have seen the work of Henri Matisse and the Fauve painters. And they wouldn't have quite the line work like this. This is definitely very Emily Carr. But the very bright colors she would have seen. And that obviously made a huge impression on her because her work reflected that. At least the work that she was doing in the 1905 to 1912, a lot of very bright saturated colors. Her work the palette got darker. Not necessarily, the colors still were in saturated, but more darker values in there. Okay, let's, what am I going to do? A little bit now that we've got an explosion of color happening here, this is probably one of my favorite paintings at this particular stage that we've done. Just love that color. That yellow really just shines right through, just gives it so much energy, which lends itself very well to this painting. Now let's work on the foreground and start to bring out some of the browns and warmer colors, because so far we've just used cool colors. And so we need to kind of add maybe a little bit more dimension, because right now it's beautiful. We've got like this kind of grayish area which pushes that sky further back, but now most of this is just sort of sitting on the same plane. Right now we want to kind of add something that's going to pull this area towards us. Okay, so we're going to use similar colors, but we're going to start adding more warm yellow and warm blue to get some warmer greens in the foreground. And also for this purple, we're going to start using warm blue and cool red, which is going to give us a even brighter purple. Because when we mix the cool red and cool blue together, we get a bit more of a brownish, duller purple. So where should we start? Let's go to, let's take our cool red and cool blue, and this is going to give us a really much brighter purple, right? Like compared to that one, much brighter, more saturated. I'm going to do a couple things here, though. I'm going to add a little bit of matte medium just to make it a little bit more transparent, because she doesn't, this color is beautiful, but she doesn't have it in quite this level of intensity. It's a little bit, she dulls it down because she's also going to add a little bit of white into the color. I wonder, do I want to use this directly? Let's do a bit of yeah, wow, you thought this painting wasn't bright enough yet. Wow. Purple explosion. Wow. Oh, I love that. Okay, this is going to be a hard painting for me to withhold going kind of over the top with bright color. Ooh, I love those purples. Mmm. Delicious. Okay, so just putting it out there that this painting, I'm gonna try to get close to the original, but you'll forgive me if I go a little off the rails. So I know we don't have this bright purple here in the foreground. I'm still gonna put it underneath, and that way there can just be that little bit of color bubbling underneath all that green. Like, I love it when a painting, like, there's colors in there that just seem like they're just gonna explode. Like the painting is heavy. It's got so much color in it. Let's put a little bit of this brighter purple in here too. Ooh, okay, so now I'm going to take a little bit of white and bring this in. This will actually, in some ways, make this purple even more apparent. And notice how I'm just going to paint right over those trees in the foreground, rather than try to paint around them. And I want to keep the flowiness of these brush strokes as much as I can. That's cool. So, you can see why adding some of those darker underpainting lines can be helpful, because some things start to kind of get a little hard to see here. If you lose them entirely, don't worry either. Again, it's not important that you make a perfect reproduction of the original. In fact, I would say it's advantageous to make it more your own. And sometimes losing part of those details can really free you up, if you can see it that way. Okay, now let's make a bit of a brown. So I'm going to take my my warm yellow and a little bit of warm red, make it a orange. And then I'm going to take a bit of my warm blue, and that's going to give me a warm brown. Let's get a bit more yellow, just make a bigger mixture of this. So my goal at this moment is mostly just to fill in any remaining gaps. I don't have to get all of the yellow covered in. Okay. That feels great. Wow, okay. Do I want to put any white in that brown? Maybe not yet. I think what I've got here is kind of where I want to be right now. Let's just preserve some of that paint in case I want to keep it. Pascaline says, quick hello between dreams. Hello, Pascaline. Barbara's going to bed. Good night, Barbara. Lolly says, too much excitement for one night. I gotta run, get some sleeps, get some Z's. Thanks, Michael. I'll check out the finished piece tomorrow. Good idea. You guys, you night owls back in England and Europe. My goodness, you guys are hardcore. Okay. Oh man, I love that painting right now. The one thing is, though, is, you know, because I've been using a relatively, you know, it's not a big brush. It's like the size of my pinky fingernail here. Maybe, as I said, about 2/3 that size, or 3/4. A lot of the lines are the same thickness or same width, and depending on who you ask, that could be an okay thing or a negative. Often, like I just remember when I was in art school, if I used the same paintbrush throughout the whole painting, it would drive teachers nuts. It'd say, like, mix it up, have some variation, and which I understand now that I'm a teacher myself, because sometimes it can just make the painting look kind of flat. And if we have different widths of brushes, it can just add areas where there's different dimensions, different qualities. So let's now switch to some smaller paintbrushes. I am kind of a little bit hesitant because I do really like this painting like this. I mean, obviously I probably want to bring some of the logs and branches and things back in, but I could see spending 20 minutes more on this and calling it a day and being more than happy and liking what's going on here. I do want, but if to get it more faithful to the original, it's going to take me a good hour or more to get in and really kind of be a little bit more articulate in some of these areas. Okay. So I am in love with this painting right now, but I think there's more that I could do to, I think, make it even better. I've got a lot of wild lines and bright saturated colors here, just like hers. But what she's done is gone into the painting, probably after the painting's got to this stage, she's loaded it up with some paint, and now she's starting to refine it and kind of bring some little different areas of focus throughout. So let's follow the master and see what she did here. So let's take a look at this and think about what we want to do next. Well, again, I'm probably going to go back to my background and start working into the sky. And let's even just kind of compare her sky versus what I've got so far, and what we're maybe missing or lacking. Okay. Well, I will say, you know, when I look at mine, I'm like, oh, it's kind of it's very gray, but hers has got even more gray in there, and it gets even more subdued. And part of me is like, oh, do I want to put more gray in there? It's kind of pretty dull as it is. But I think what she's doing is she's obviously very smart. She's like, you know what? If I want the foreground to really sing and to really pop, well, I need contrast. I need to contrast that all of this bright saturated color with something a little bit more dull. And the more contrast you have, the more it's going to accentuate that brightness, right? Just think about, like, if you go see a um, a, 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 a musical or a play on a stage, right? When there's an actor on the stage and the stage is black with just one little spotlight on it, right? Then, right, all of our focus goes there. That extreme contrast is what really makes that one person seem like, they're in the spotlight. So in that sense, like, the sky is kind of, in this painting, is a little bit more like, the background. We want people to look there eventually, but maybe we want people to get caught into the bright areas first. Okay, I'm kind of delaying. It's just like, sometimes it's just like, oh, I kind of just want to leave it, but I gotta do something there. So let's go back here and think about, first of all, we're going to start going to smaller and smaller brushes, because I think, we used this brush, which was, as I said, the size of my pinky fingernail. I think I'm going to retire that one for tonight and start working with brushes that are smaller and smaller. So that one, again, just for comparison size, my pinky finger here. You can see now I could probably fit 3 or more of those brushes in there. So those would be about the size of brushes I'm thinking about. I might use this slightly larger one to mix colors. So we're going to take our gray again. So this time let's take our white. Mix our white in here. What should we start with? Let's start with some cool red in here. Let's put our cool red in there. Now that's beautiful, but we want a little bit of black to make this go grayish. We want to dull that down. We need even more. Oops, was that too much? Too dark? Let's put a bit more white back in there. And you know what? I'm going to go to a smaller brush. And look how all of a sudden just that slight variation in size makes a big difference, right? It really, all of a sudden, just I can get way more personality in these lines. And so I'm trying to get them a little bit jittery, just like she did. Okay, that feels pretty good. I want to mix it up though with, let's take, I'm going to take a bit of cool blue and mix this in here. So we could, you know, I know some artists would have just started this painting with a small brush and just started building up this kind of rainbow of lines. And that could certainly work, but boy, oh boy, we'd still be on this first little row of lines here. By putting in those larger colors first, then now we've got little colors underneath this, and we've got layers of complexity. We don't have to worry about all these lines matching up side by side against one another seamlessly. We can allow little gaps in between. We can play around a little bit more. So we'll see by the end how close mine looks to hers, but you can see just by looking at my face how frequently or infrequently I'm looking at the original. I have very little concern with mimicking her original closely. I want to get the feeling of hers. I want to, I wanted to capture something unique about her style, her approach. Let's take a bit more cool red, cool purple, or cool blue, cool red and cool blue. Get this bit more of a purpley quality. This might be a bit darker. Let's see here. Oh, that's okay. And if as you do this you accidentally paint over lines that you just painted, right, some of these thinner lines, that's okay. It's not a mistake. You can always bring those lines back, but sometimes it's nice to have them weaving. You kind of want, I think you want to the viewer to feel like there's layers of wind in here. I'm going to take more cool red. Just got to be a little careful I don't totally overdo this. How many more? I guess there's a bit of green in there, isn't there? Let's take our cool yellow. I'm going to mix it in here. It's definitely a very grayish green, not very apparent as a green, but that's okay. How much more of that do I want to do? That's the question. Oops, what did I do there? So this was looking at the side of the painting here. Ah. Okay, I think she's got just a little bit more, a little bit more blue. Oops. Ooh, that's pretty intense. Okay, let's move on from that, because I could spend, it's almost like it's very seductive, those little areas, right? That little bit of blue is a little bit much, but I'm gonna leave it there for right now. If I want, I can always come back and take care of it. Mine looks maybe a bit more unified and bit more flat than hers. You know, all these are more rainbow, everything kind of neatly aligned, whereas hers are kind of overlapping each other a little bit. I think I'm going to be a little more conscious of not doing that going forward, because that's going to make the painting look kind of flat. We want to have some, you know, like more ribbon-like areas where the ribbons are overlapping one another. So it's less like puzzle pieces, everything kind of neatly aligned next to one another. Okay, hold on, I'm about to sneeze. There we go. Kathy says, I love all the purples in here. Me too. That's great, eh? Okay. So, we want to start tackling these areas here next. In fact, maybe I'm going to go right. I think I'll probably tackle this, and then this, and then I'll come back with all those purples when I'm doing those purples in there. So now we're just going to be using less or no gray, at least for these greens here. So now we can just take some white and yellow, cool yellow, and cool blue. That's even a little bit too much white. So I'm just going to mix that again. Now I'm going to take white and cool yellow. Sorry, oops, with my brush mostly clean. Now I know this is not the color that will ultimately go here. At least I don't think. But I need to block out some of those darker colors that have since formed. Oh, that's kind of nice. Okay, so I'll leave that for now. I need to put some kind of a cool yellowish green over top of some of that, and then come back in with a cool blue over some of that, but in time. So now we've got the landmass, this big hill. And we're going to just basically take cool blue and cool yellow with a little bit of white, perhaps. Actually, mostly cool yellow. And you know what? I'm going to come back to a slightly larger brush. You'll notice this is painted differently than some of the other. It's kind of it's a little bit softer. A bit of a dry brush here. Okay. I'm going to take, actually, where was that color I was using moments ago? Did I mix? Where did that color? Huh. Okay, because I gotta mix it again. Needs a lot more warm yellow. Oops, sorry. Not really on camera there. So to me, it looks like, you know, she's now trying to bring some. She's kind of created all this wildness with all those brushstrokes, and now she's trying to kind of bring some detail back. You know, she was very wild, like I was here, kind of just getting stuff on the canvas, and then now it's about sort of organizing things again. I think a lot of paintings are like that. There's sort of like, you go a little wild and then you kind of bring it back. It's like the ocean, the tide or something, you know, you let it go out and then you kind of rein it back in. And you let it go out and get wild and then you kind of bring it back in. I think I need to see this painting at full screen as just looking at those details is hard. So another thing, you could see how she's kind of very clever, like she painted that darker line, almost like from the underpainting, and then she kind of goes right up next to it with this white, or much lighter greenish yellow. Not covering it up completely, leaving a little hint of it. In fact, I kind of accidentally painted mine a little bit away. In fact, while I'm here, I think I'm going to go back to a darker purple. just bring that outline back into play. There we go. That makes me feel a bit better. Okay, there's some kind of browns hiding in here. So let's take, where should we mix this? Let's do this here. Take our cool red. Just gonna mix this into this green. Get a cool brown going. It's a bit darker than it should be. I don't mind that though. Okay, I'm gonna let that dry, and I'm gonna paint some like almost like white with a little bit of yellow, cool yellow, back over top of that. And while that's working away its magic, let's take some of this cool brown and just paint it into areas. The rest of the painting here. Or you can start seeing like the, you know, before it was a lot of fun, like very wild, and now we're sort of being more articulate with that wild. We're kind of, I think, going through it and kind of bringing a little bit of chaos back into that order, or just helping to describe the chaos more effectively, which sounds kind of counter to chaos, which is, you know, what the abstract expressionists do. They're like, you know what, let's just, like Jackson Pollock, just literally start splattering paint everywhere, right? Like trying to paint a storm isn't enough. Let's make a storm with paint. Let's just start throwing this stuff all over the place. And obviously lots of people have very different feelings about that work and this work, and you'll never get two artists to completely agree on anything. I like how this is turning out. Right, we're in a different phase of the painting now, where we can be a little, we're just, yeah. I mean, I really enjoyed that when I was just making those big lines, and it was a lot of fun. This also feels, I really like this where I'm yeah, just, I can, yeah, like I said, bringing details out that are, they're already existing there. But anyway. Blah, 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 blah. Let's move on. What should we do next? Let's go to... Let's see, side by side. Let's go back to these greens. I think I want to get... greens back in here. Brushed my wrist. Up against the painting there. Okay. Let's go to the right side of the painting here. Cool blue. Okay, let's take a bit of cool red. Cool red and cool blue, just make a dark purpley color. Just a little bit of outlining with that. I might have to tone down that blue. It's a little wild, to be honest, but let's move forward a little faster, Michael. Time is ticking away. Get more cool red in here. It's getting kind of blue. I'm kind of replacing a bunch of that purple with blue, so let's bring back some purple. Just a bit of white in here. Okay, let's get this area over here, 'cause not perfect, but good enough for right now. Let's start moving into these central areas here. Okay, let's I'm gonna go back to my cool brown. It's cool red. And cool yellow. Maybe a bit of white. How much white do I want to put in here? So there's a lot of white right in the center, which makes some sense. It really brings that central tree to our attention. I'm going to be a little bit cautious about just going right into it with a lot of white, though. I'm going to build up to that. So there's going to be a lot more purple are going to start emerging over here. Should I move on from the background now? Okay, yeah, I think so. Let's... Okay, so now I've done some more work in the background, and now I need to go to the foreground and add work there. I will say that, you know, the painting has calmed down. It's not as wild as it once was, because some of these, you know, I'm adding those details in. So, you know, my like, honestly, my feeling about the painting is it's like, part of me is like, oh, man, I wish I had stopped a little bit earlier. I'm not sure about how this painting is. But I also know that, you know, after decades of painting, that I know that that feeling happens in every painting I've ever made, is that every painting kind of has a little bit of a lull, at least once or twice, probably often like 5 or 6 times, where I kind of feel like, oh, I don't know, should I really continue working on this? Have I lost the plot? And if I just tell myself, like, okay, remember, Michael, this happens every time you make a painting. It's going to get better because the painting's not finished. It's like looking at your hair halfway through a haircut and being like, yeah, I'm not really happy with the way this looks. It's like, okay, well, just pump the brakes, pal. You're not there. We still have to do the other side of the head, right? Same here. We've got this part is not even done, the background, and we haven't, and the bottom is surely nowhere near as done as there, right? So, you know, just it's all going to work out, Michael. And I say that because I know that whenever I teach in person, usually the painting begins and people are happy with the way it's unfolding. Yeah, it's going great. And then usually about, you know, an hour and a half into a painting, people's enthusiasm starts to wane. They're like, you just start, you hear audible grunts from people. Right, these big exhalations of air, that unmistakable sense of frustration. And so I just want to articulate that, because that might be the way many people feel when they're at this stage of the painting. Right, so let's keep on going, though. So what we want to do is we want to bring in some of these. Maybe we'll finish with some cool greens in the foreground. Sorry, with this, and then we're gonna start bringing some warmer greens in here. We'll leave most of like the tree trunks towards the very end of the painting, because I want to be able to keep all of these flowy brushstrokes in as long as possible before I start breaking them up. Both because it'll make my life easier. It'll go much faster than having to paint carefully. And then when I do that, it's just going to quiet. It's going to really slow the painting down. I want to keep as much energy as I can. So, oops. Let's go here. Okay. So let's mix up some warm green for the first time. Let's take our warm yellow and warm blue and mix these together. We'll start out with a lighter color because it's always easier to darken a color and to lighten it. So we'll start out with mostly warm yellow, and then we'll add more and more warm blue to that color. In fact, I'm going to add some white in here. Oops. To help it overcome some of the previous layers of paint. So Emily Carr was clever enough that she was doing this, leaving some of the Imprimatura blank. My brain isn't big enough. I had to fill it in and then go back here now and sort of lighten things up with a bit of white, and then I'll paint over it with warm green, and so it's a bit of a slower process, but maybe you have a small brain like me and you're not able to paint 10 steps ahead. So if so, welcome to the Small Brain Club, where there's lots of us. There's lots of seats. Okay, that feels good. Now, just going to use up this paint that's on the brush rather than just wash it away. Where else can I put this? Anywhere else? I think that's good. Okay. I think I'm going to blow dry that so that I can paint over top of it. before I do that, I think I want to get a bit of greenish brown going. Is my audio on? Okay, good, good. Not the color I was going for, but that doesn't mean it's bad. Looks a lot more reddish. Okay. I kind of like that. Yeah, it's very subtle. It's probably not going to come out on camera very well, but okay, that's cool. Let's now go into the warm yellow and stuff down here at the bottom. In fact, let's start with, well, I guess I need to get a bit of blue in there. So I'm kind of painting over some of these lines I painted just 5 minutes ago with this warm yellow and warm blue, but without any white in it this time. And it really allows them to pop back out. Had I not put white in there, we basically wouldn't be able to see them. They would just sort of disappear. Because the yellow isn't opaque enough to overcome the darker colors that were underneath. And if I put a lot of blue in there, it would just get too dark. So obviously that's much brighter. Now let's take a bit of warm blue. I'm just going to mix that more into my mixture here. And this time I'm trying to paint a little bit faster so I can potentially mix into some of the colors that are still on the table here. Or still on the canvas, I mean. I'll admit I'm not looking too closely at the original. I'm just kind of having fun here. Oops. And I look at the original, I'm like, yeah, kind of definitely deviating from the original here. Okay, now I want to take some cool blue. I'm going to bring it into the same mixture of cool blue and warm yellow. Add a little bit of glazing fluid, or not glazing, matte medium. To make this color a little bit more transparent. Hair was cut. Where did that come from? Must have been from me. Don't see anybody else in here. Talking to me? Must be talking to me. I don't see anybody else in here. Let's put a bit of warm red in here. It's going to make this go a little bit more purpley. Although there is that cool blue in there, that's going to make it go a bit more black, isn't it? That's okay. Okay, let's also come back. Oh, I forgot that tree over there. Let's take our cool blue again. That's right, it wasn't on camera. I think that's okay. Let's move. I want to get in this area. I haven't really done much there. That area feels lacking. Okay, what do we want to do here? Mostly purples, I think. So let's take our... Let's start with cool blue and cool red. Okay, let's define some... Oops, my hand. Darker areas. Let's get, put a bit of white into that. So there is a lot of detail in here, and honestly, I'm having a hard time focusing on all of it. So I'm just gonna kind of continue with what I've been doing and just sort of fill it in. It's gonna make for... I'm gonna lose a little bit of fidelity to her painting, but I think it's gonna all be okay in the very end. So now this is mostly cool red kind of coming in. Yeah, I think that's what this area needed. A little bit of that red, cool red. I think a lot of cool red throughout this painting. That could get much darker too. purple back into. Take a bit of warmer blue, cool red. Okay, I think I need to start painting some of the tree branches and or the stumps and things in here. Let's take a look. Whoa. So mine has definitely become very stylized. Way more. Hers has a lot more urgency than mine, which is a little bit of a bummer. I'm just going to keep on going, but you could see, like, you know, I have kind of these nicely distributed lines, like a dark line and a light line, like very kind of like the impressionist kind of color theory happening here. I mean, I'm liking this painting. I could bring it back into her style here, but it would almost be kind of hard because well, we'll see. If I can look at the painting objectively as just like a painting, I'm like, wow, this is great. I love it. If I focus on how much it differs from Emily Carr's, then it could get I could get really hard on myself. So I'm not going to do that. Let's just see. There's all these comments. Rick says, or Kathy says, waiting to see all the versions that come out of this class. Rick says, I can't wait to get started on this, but first must finish the red cedar. Rick says, I read that Emily Carr mixed the oil paint with gasoline to improve the flow and make it more translucent. Yes, obviously that, yes, with oil paint for sure. Yeah. So acrylic with matte medium will accomplish the same thing. Yeah. That's a good question. How would you mimic that gasoline quality with acrylics? I mean, interesting, because the gasoline is obviously going to dry very quickly. It'll evaporate within minutes of being on the paper. And she usually did that on paper. So, with acrylic, you'd want a fast dry medium, which and you want like a very watery. That would be tricky to think of how to do that. Kathy says, I'll be away in Whitehorse with my sister for 2 weeks, but we'll have to pause on painting, but plan to do some drawing instead. Rick says, maybe you should bring some pastels along to add a bit of color. Kathy says, wouldn't gas be dangerous, or does it evaporate when mixed with paint? It sure would be a little bit dangerous. Well, depending, I mean, yeah, back in the day, if you're painting sitting around with like candlelight or anything, she probably would have done it outside. Like, just the vapors of gasoline would have been pretty intense. So I could imagine her sitting outside of her elephant, that's what she called her trailer, and in the bright sunlight painting with it, or a little bit in the shade, probably because it would just evaporate too quickly. Otherwise, if she was indoors, she would have been like, woo, and killing lots of brain cells going that way. Kat says, I've been saying I'll start the drawing course for a while now, so now's the time. Cold and dark up here. Rick says, some people, like myself, like the smell of gasoline, but only in small quantities and outside in well-ventilated spaces. Yes, it would make the oil paint dry much faster, too. Oil and gasoline, acrylic with matte medium. Well, I mean, matte medium does, I find, dry faster than just acrylic on its own, so that would speed it up. The one thing matte medium is, it's going to make it more transparent, but it'll also add volume to the paint. That's why I'm thinking, like, I don't know what... there must be a medium out there that I don't own that would give you a similar property to gasoline, but I mean, I've never heard, until I was putting together this episode, I'd never heard of anybody mixing gasoline with oil paint before. And I wonder, I bet you that came out as an accident. I can almost guarantee you that probably she was painting and ran out of her turpentine. And was like, oh, man. And, you know, maybe it's like a Wednesday and she's got her trailer parked on someone's farm way out in the middle of nowhere on Vancouver Island. And the next scheduled visit from the landowner was like on Friday or Monday. Or she's like, oh, man. I got like 3 days until I see another human being. What can I do? I guess I could make some drawings. But I really feel it. I really want to paint. I love the sky right now. Well, I've got maybe some gasoline that I use to power. Maybe she had some sort of portable gas-powered engine or something. Or maybe for a camp stove of some kind. She's like, well, they're both kind of... Is gasoline considered an oil? I don't know. Some kind of petroleum product anyway, right? She's probably like, I could substitute. Well, let's just see what happens, right? And then she probably was like, oh, I love it. I love how quickly it evaporates. It's like staining the surface, but because it evaporates so quickly, it's not going to bleed out. I mean, I think it would be closer to like watercolor. That's what I would think. Yeah, I don't know. That's really interesting to think of how you would replicate that with acrylics, because it's very unique to oil, that kind of chemistry. Anyway, what was I thinking of doing next? Does anybody know? Asking anybody else to remember what I was thinking. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You know what? Yeah, let's split this into another thing here. Now that I've spent a little bit of time in the foreground as well, let's go back to the background, ideally finish the background. I'm going to start putting in some trees and stumps and things, and maybe even begin. I got to put a little bit of cool yellow without any white back here too. So let's bring up that. Robin, hi Robin. Robin says David Hockney said he tried lots of things and eventually put dishwashing fluid in the acrylic paint to make the splash. Oh, in his diver painting, in the splash paintings. Really? Dishwashing fluid. That's interesting, because that, would be similar to adding... dishwashing fluid would obviously break down the bonds that would hold the paint together in acrylic paint, in the same way gasoline would also break down the bonds that hold the linseed oil together. Like I'm sure you could clean your oil paint brushes with gasoline. That's, dishwashing fluid. That, because dishwashing fluid would also kind of evaporate. And, I used to actually, that's interesting. I a long time ago, when I was a teenager, when I was first started art school, I was doing window painting for local businesses. And one of the tips that I got from a local window painter was to mix like dishwasher fluid or like hand, the palm olive or whatever it was, mix that into my water, and so I was making, what was I using? Some sort of like tempera paint, and mix the dishwashing fluid into my mixture to make it easier to remove later on. So it was, because it rather than making this super intense bond to the window, that dishwasher fluid, by putting it in there, meant that it was much easier to scrape off, and if they really had any difficulty, they could just splash some hot water onto it, and that dishwasher fluid would just immediately come to life. And not dishwasher, well, maybe dishwasher fluid. I keep saying dishwashing fluid, because maybe dishwasher fluid is different than the regular stuff you use with your hands. Kieva says, looks awesome. Wish I joined earlier. Well, you can always go right back to the beginning and catch up. Video will be here online till the online exists, I suppose. Or so where was I? I was going to do background stuff. Let's bring both of these up side by side. I want to catch up just this here. I want my cool yellow and cool blue. Wrong blue. Let's do that again. So I'm taking this cool yellow and painting it back over certain areas that had a lot of white in it, and that really helps make them pop. Almost now that I look at it, I might have gone a little far with that. But let's just keep moving forward. Oh, maybe a bit here too. Okay, so what do we want? We want a cool brown. Let's take our cool red, and I got a bit of cool blue there. Let's take a bit of cool yellow, mix that in here. Let's take a bit of white, a little bit of black, make it gray. Okay, and maybe just before I do that, I'm going to blow dry all of these here. Okay, I'm excited. I think this is going to make a big difference. So, where should we start? Let's... In fact, I think I needed a little bit more white. That's going to just be too... I love the way that she painted these here with kind of little dotted lines. Maybe let's go a little bit darker. It's too light. Still too light. Let's go even darker. I thought this was going to be too... I think this is brilliant what she's doing here. This is gorgeous. It really gives a sense of like the trees kind of disappearing in and out of the fog. Wow, that's cool. I like that. Really smart, really cool effect. You know, again, it's what's really remarkable about Emily Carr. She mostly developed in solitude. I mean, yes, she had an art education, you know, in San Francisco and London and, you know, in Paris. But most of the stuff that she did, especially kind of her later work, even though she was in contact with Lauren Harris, and she mostly developed entirely by herself. Like, I've never seen anybody do that kind of stuff with the sky. And so I just, that's pretty remarkable. She figured all that stuff out entirely on her own, really just from close observation of nature, right? Just looking carefully. I mean, which of course, easier said than done. Let's get some of these stumps in here. Let's get these bad boys in next. So now I'm going to add a bit of black to this mixture to make them darker. So I'm not sure exactly where all of these trees are supposed to go, so kind of fudging it a little bit. So far this is just kind of a bit of a brown. I'll maybe make this a bit darker. So what's cool, like by her making this tree close to the foreground or middle ground, also have those kind of stripes going through it. It makes it, we now really visualize the wind, right? Because it's not just fog in the background, but now this is really turning these stripes into gusts of. Okay. Let's get this brown in the foreground here. So I'm painting these like a dark brown at the moment. Dark warm brown. But we will get more. We're going to paint blue over top of them. Okay, and I also want to come back over here. I like how she's got. So I'm going to put some glazing fluid in this brown. In fact, let's take a slightly bigger brush to do this. So I'll paint back over top of these here. I think, you know, this is part of like her underpainting, but I do really like how it gives it this sense of like, it's almost like a turbine spinning, you know, like the blades moving forward. I just think that's a really cool part of this painting. Okay, let's go back to the background and just sort of look at these trees. I think she's got a bit of white coming back in. Oh, there's a little bit of a gray on top of that one tree. Painted that a little bit too lightly. Let's get some of this white on here. Let's take some cool yellow, just a bit of it. Let's put a bit of matte medium on here, just to thin it out a tiny bit to start. I think also kind of like my painting, some of these brushstroke, these lighter colors she's doing towards the very end of her painting. I think she looked at it and was like, it's a little bit dark back there. This tree in the center is getting a little bit lost. Let's brighten it back up. It is nice now that I was like, I don't know if I want to do this on this painting, but now that I see it in action, it's like, oh, okay, I see the wisdom there. That makes sense. That works. Okay. So once again, it's with any of these paintings, there's times where, the things ebb and flow, where I'm like, I don't know about this, and it seems to kind of get worse, and then it gets a little bit better, and then it gets a little bit worse. And I totally understand why that's maybe why some people don't like painting, is it's too much of an emotional journey. I think the more I paint, the more it's like, that's one of my favorite things about painting, is is how it takes me on a little bit of that trip, and I it's probably the same reason people climb mountains and stuff. They know it's not going to be easy. It's going to be a challenge, but the satisfaction that comes from like dealing and trying to overcome the various problems that arise is like super empowering. let's get a bit of red back in here, this color. It's a little bit too light. Let's take a bit of yellow, red. Woo. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on going. Okay, we're getting close. I think now I just want to focus on the foreground and some of the logs and trees right near the bottom right-hand corner of the painting. So, because I think I've got most of the background, you know, again, it's, my painting is tightened up and become way more stylized than hers, which sounds funny because her painting is pretty stylized to begin with. But hers has a lot more energy than I've got so far. So see if I can kind of approximate some of that energy in mine. So we're going to focus in this area in the bottom right hand corner. Okay. So she's got a little bit of cool blue and, you know what, let's start with this purple. This is our cool blue and, or sorry, cool red and warm blue here to make a really vibrant purple. We'll add a bit of white. I'm also going to take a bit of cool blue and mix that in here as well. So I think what she's probably got on her palette is cobalt blue, which is kind of in between our warm and blue, warm and cool blues. there's a lot of texture that has been built up here because of all those stripes that I was painting earlier. You know, I will say that this bottom right corner of her painting is probably the weakest part of this painting. It seems to me like she, you know, maybe lost a little bit of interest in this area. It feels a little bit unfinished or something. It's like it's missing something. Okay, let's go take a bit of that purple, mix the purple in here with some white. I know it sounds absolutely super ridiculous to say that, you know, there's a weak part in her work in any way, but you know, it's I don't think it's sacrilege to point out that maybe not necessarily every part of every painting is perfect. I think Emily Carr probably herself was much harder on herself than I probably could ever be. I think as all artists are, we're always our worst critics, aren't we? But you know, I think every painting is going to have areas that maybe work a little bit better, that are more resolved. Okay, so I'm going to mix a bit more black. Let's take our cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. I'm also going to put a bit of warm blue into this mixture, because pretty much I'm just going to use this dark color in the foreground, so I'm just sort of making a slightly warmer black. Let's go. let's zoom out here. So, looking at this, let's okay, so we're almost done. There's a few little things I want to do to the painting, little areas where I want to add a few different colors. And just to just to bring this painting to a finish here. Yeah, so let's take a look at them side by side. Okay. I think, you know, my version just feels like it has maybe a little bit less wildness, wild energy than hers. I mean, I could go in and with a much kind of wilder brush and kind of just loosen things up a little bit. But I think I've kind of gone a little bit too far in one direction. If I do that, it's just going to make some areas maybe look a little bit sloppy. I think, anyway. Like, I'm thinking about this area right up here. You can see how she's just got all these kind of just very loose brush strokes, very transparent, almost a little bit like Edvard Munch, to be quite frank, since we were talking about him just the other day. Same sort of thing in here. I mean, it's interesting because the way that, as that goes, it reminds me a lot more of like Lauren Harris. Like Lauren Harris sort of did what she was doing, but like it's like I'm a little bit closer to Lauren Harris than to Emily Carr in this painting. He would sort of do what she's done and kind of just smooth everything out, right? Whereas hers sort of seemed to get more and more expressionist, like Edvard Munch, right? I wonder if she had seen Munch's work. It's believed that the group of 7 saw works by Edvard Munch, or at least some of them. Lauren Harris and Lauren Harris and J.H. MacDonald went down to Buffalo to see there was an exhibition of Scandinavian art at the Albright Knox Museum in Buffalo in, I think, like 1910 or something, around that era, around that time period. And they went down there and they saw works by a lot of Scandinavian artists, you know, artists from Finland and Sweden and Denmark. Although I don't think Munch was one of, I mean, Munch was in that exhibition, but I remember sort of reading he wasn't one of the artists that really struck them most. It was some of the other artists who are well known in Scandinavia, but much less so in North America or elsewhere in the world. Mostly artists who were painting landscapes in a style that would eventually be similar to what the group of 7 used. So, you know, people talk about the group of 7 being influenced by, Impressionism and stuff. I mean, there might be a bit of that, but I think they were more influenced by Scandinavian art, at least according to members of the Group of Seven themselves. Okay, let's take some teal. Cosmic Stardust says, this makes me want to paint again. Thank you. Oh, that makes me super excited to hear. Awesome. Yeah, definitely. Paint again. That's what you should be doing. If you feel the call, then you should listen. Okay, let's hit the blow dry. Kathy says, I love the purple trees. Gotta go, though. Good night and love the painting, Michael. Good night, Kathy. And Cosmic Stardust says, I've been doing mostly digital art lately. I need to come back to the roots. Yeah. Break out the paints. I mean, I'm drawing a comic book on my iPad right now, so it's what an awesome tool, but it's also really nice just to get your fingers dirty and work on a physical object that exists in the world. Okay, when I look at this area here, I want to get some of that, the messiness that she's got in her painting. I'm lacking that here, so I can't just walk away without attempting to do something there. So I'm going to use some of my glazing fluid. Remember, glazing fluid is like matte medium, except glazing fluid has a chemical that slows the drying time down. So one thing that's nice about that is I can do blending with it and soften edges if I want. I can also, if the canvas is dry and I put it on and I'm not happy with it, I've got an extra like 30 seconds, a minute that I can wipe it away with a slightly damp cloth. All right, so let's look at this area up here, top left. It's a little close. Let's go back. And I want to put a bit of this purple in there. So I'm going to take some purple on my brush. Oops, that's not this one. This is what I want to mix into my paint. So it's going to make it a little bit transparent. And then I'm just going to brush. This is way too transparent. Let's get some more paint on here. A little bit better. I'm going to take that color. I'm going to add a little bit of a shadow under here next to these trees. They just seem to be kind of floating around, and it drives me a bit nuts. So let's blow dry this. Okay. I think what I need is some cool red. I mean, glazing fluid is so great because we can just go back in here and make kind of incremental changes and bring certain colors that got a little bit lost back into the painting without kind of doing a whole radical without completely mixing brand new colors. I can just add a little bit of one color back over top of things. See, now it's starting to get a little bit muddy and messy again, in a good way, I think. Whereas before it was just a little bit too clean and precise. Now it's starting to get kind of a little bit, these clashy colors happening. Making that more purple again. looks a little bit like a giant turd emoji or something, doesn't it? It looks a little... I'm not sure how I feel about that. This is warm blue with a, or black with warm blue in it. Okay, I'm getting pretty close. I think I just want to do a few little things down here on the bottom. A little bit of black. I recognize some of these are going in the opposite direction, but it's okay. Do I want to put her name on this? I want to just get a bit more white right in the center here. Take pure white. I want to take a bit more white and bring it in here with the cool blue. Okay, I think I should probably walk away here. Okay. Ha says, "Are you still drawing?" Wow. Okay, we've reached the end of the episode. There's still probably more I could do for hours and hours and hours, but I think we've reached the point where it's maybe not going to get better. We're just tinkering. So those of you that have stuck around throughout this whole episode, thank you so much. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use the PayPal link. You can use a super chat or send an e-transfer or a letter in the mail. My email's on my website and the Facebook group down below. Please also subscribe, hit the notification bell, and the like button on the video. That helps me big time and doesn't cost you a penny. And also just a quick shout out, because on this Thursday we're going to be doing a free feedback episode, a bonus episode. So if you have anything you want some feedback on, upload it to the Facebook group as soon as possible so that I can put them all together, and then on Thursday morning we'll take a look at them and I'll give you some kudos, as well as maybe a little bit of feedback if it's warranted. Often we're just celebrating great stuff that you've been created. So anyway, blah blah blah, let's take a look at how these paintings look side by side. There's Emily Carr's original on the left and mine on the right. You know, it's okay. I feel pretty happy with it. It looks a little bit different, not quite as wild as hers. Mine is definitely, as I've said many times throughout the episode, way more stylized, a little bit more, like everything seems, you know, more like this could be have been done on a computer, I suppose, as opposed to being kind of uniquely paint on canvas. Let's take a look. Let's zoom in. Let's start bottom left corner here. We'll back out a bit. So obviously little bits here are a bit different. Some of these colors are kind of different as well. And you know, the painting kind of ends right there. So everything on the left there is stuff that I've added in. I like how this turned out. I like these kind of blades, like turbine-like quality that's going on. It really feels like it's, you know, like action lines, like in a cartoon, propelling us into the painting, like as if something is whipping through, zipping in here. I love that. You know, that's a really cool thing about her painting. It really, there's so much action and it's so dynamic. You know, some of these color, I wanted to leave a little bit of something bright here so that our eye would kind of catch that a little bit. I don't know if it's warranted or not. It just felt like that would get too dark back there, and there's not enough pulling me here. So that's why it left that little bit of yellow right there. Let's look at the top of the painting here. You know, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Milton Glaser, the famous American graphic designer in the 1960s. Did a lot of, like, famous poster of Bob Dylan with these sort of radiating lines around his, emanating from his face and in his hair. Mine does. Hers is you know, has much more of a painterly Edvard Munch kind of unruliness that I really like, that obviously just wasn't able to get there. I think probably had I used thinner coats of paint throughout this entire, you know, more transparent application of paint, I could have captured that. It would also have been easier in oil paint than in acrylic, but it is what it is, and I don't mind how that turned out. I mean, it's, again, it's different. It's just different. Yeah, let's go to the sky. You know, I'd probably say my sky is probably my favorite part of this painting. of my painting, and I love her version. That sky I think is gorgeous, and I think I've done a reasonably good job. Again, mine is a little bit more stylized. You can see all of the brushstrokes very clearly, whereas hers, they kind of blend in and out of each other, so it's a little more ambiguous. But I think it's okay. You know, does it come down here? I think, you know, again, what she did with these dotted lines of the trees disappearing into the kind of fog or wind is absolutely gorgeous, absolutely stunning, and I've never really seen anybody do anything like that in the past or since, except really in comic books. I think that's the only time I've ever seen anybody do anything like that. Now, I put this almost as a bit of an afterthought, this cool blue right near the very end of the episode on top here, and that might be kind of pushing these. You might be doing something odd to the space here, pushing that backwards when it should be leaping forwards. It's okay. I think it. Well, you know, actually, as I look at it, I don't mind. But it is, you know, technically that should be, that cool blue should be in the background. But Emily Carr herself, you know, really played with the rules here. So I kind of want to embrace that. She's kind of challenging how space is supposed to work, you know, with color temperature here, because you know you usually want your warm colors in the foreground, cool colors in the background, but she's got a lot of cool colors right down here. So I think it's probably done a little bit to destabilize us, to make us feel like we're in a bit of a maelstrom, like this chaos, and kind of confusing our sense of space. And give it a much more dynamic quality. And, you know, she's the master, right? She was able to pull it off. Me, not so much. Okay. Let's just come back out one more time. You know, I think as soon as this episode's over and I put this on my mantle and I look at it this tonight, I think it's going to really grow on me. I'm going to feel pretty happy with it. But as is typical, you know, often when I finish a painting, I kind of, you know, look at it and kind of hum and haw for a little while. So this one, yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's going to be good. Okay, everybody, thanks so much for painting along with me. We'll see you again on Thursday morning for our feedback episode. Until then, have a great night. Continue painting. Keep making this world a brighter, more beautiful place. You're doing the world a service. I think if more and more people were making art, we would live in a much more peaceful place. So spread the power of art. Let's change the world together. We'll see you guys on Thursday. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you soon.